Hello everybody, good morning and welcome to Profit Mission Control. Sorry I haven't been on the mic for the last few sessions. Just multitasking and was focusing really on the algos and a lot of the frustrating trades over the last few sessions. Hope everybody's doing great. I finished over the previous 30 minutes just mapping out the algos. Obviously, the market is significantly under selling pressure. We are below the 200-day moving average for the S&P 500. And then the ES is currently testing that 200-day moving average right here. We're below the golden box for today, and we're between two demand zones from November of 2025 and this most recent demand zone, March 16th of 2026. So right now, the way I see it, we are obviously, since the session started, we have been in buying continuation. The orange algo is the dominant buying algo, and we have now magenta kind of tapering right now. So buying is slowing down unless we get a strong green buying algo breaking out of orange. Then that means bulls still want to continue to do their business. We are also bound by this yellow tapering selling algo, which is a good sign for bulls because it means the strong selling is maybe weaning off a little bit, albeit temporarily. The VIX chart is pretty wild. So we are at levels we haven't seen in a long time. We started the morning at negative, well, at 27.39 for the VIX and cooled off a little bit since then. We were extremely overbought. So certainly buying at the open would have been a great entry, but then, it always can come down further down. So it's very hard to say. But right now, the 2-minute chart looks relatively bullish, but not necessarily for the longer term or for the rest of the session. So this could be just bears building liquidity, especially if we continue to be in this magenta. So that tells me bears are building liquidity. We might have like this inverse cup close, especially if we fail to break above the VWAP of today, as well as the 200-day moving average, which is this area right here. I'm sitting tight. I've done a quick scalps here and there. Obviously, it's very volatile. We have the ATR at 6.5 for the 1-minute chart, which is pretty strong or pretty volatile. So trading with micros is probably the safest bet. Although I have traded a few minis, which is kind of risky, but I just want to not stay in the market too long. So if I go with the micros, I'm going to be babysitting it for a while. So I just take my mini. If it pans out, that's great. If it doesn't pan out, then so be it, I guess. I've got my Apex PA accounts, all the ones on the left, top left, and then the two on the bottom are the two funded take profit trader accounts. And then today or yesterday, I got a new Lucid eval account, 150K. I'm trying that out just to see how it is. I made a quick trade short in the morning before market, so it was up 500, almost 500 on that one. But the PA accounts is so the 219 is a PA account and the 43 is a PA account. So all these are PA accounts. I only have 2 more evals with Apex because I blew up 2 evals last week. So I'm trying to come back and bring back my evals to about 20. And right now, we're just chillaxing. I think there's a bunch of news that came out at 7. Doesn't seem to have had an impact. We are building sort of bullish liquidity as long as we remain in this thing, which is kind of a tapered selling compared to, like, for example, this teal. And let me adjust some of these a little bit. So teal is building liquidity. That might be a little bit cautionary on the bullish side, but so far it looks like pink is in control, which is a good sign for bulls for continuation. So, longs probably are good at the boundary of the pink. So the target at the top of the pink, but we need to have a little bit more of a pullback, maybe to this lower pink level here, this lower pink level here. It might be another one if I expand this a little bit more. So we got here, there's our, so the last breakout. And teal seems to be still building liquidity here for the bulls, as well as pink. We're not breaking magenta, so magenta is acting as support for now. It's a good thing for bulls. And we're kind of at support right now, but I want to keep her pullback. I might attempt a long somewhere over here at this pink, and then let me also replicate the yellow, because yellow is a tapering selling algo, and it looks like we're also controlling here. So this area might be a good, interesting area for a quick long. If you break below magenta, then that's probably a bad sign. So either this level or this level will potentially be good support areas for long, or entries for long, with a target of the 200-day moving average on the SPY. So SPY and NQ and ES, let's check here. So ES tested the 200-day and failed. NQ is sitting right at the 200-day. SPY is a little bit shy away right here, as well as the Qs. Let me see. Yeah, Qs is right there above, right? Okay, so we got now a bounce. Can't take it now, too late. We broke out of orange, so orange is kind of resistance. I don't want to take longs at resistances. I want to take longs at supports. So this could be the test of the 200-day moving average on the ES. We have this zone here that we failed. Yeah, buying is strong right now. We're at 41, so that's 14-point move almost. Wow. Okay. Lost opportunity there. We are buying in strong green. Let me plot that out here. And we just crossed the key level on the ES, which is the midpoint of this demand zone from March 16th. Looks like it's offering some resistance there. So this could be the beginning of a reversal, but the relative strength is close to being overbought, but has still a lot of room. I'm gonna delete this alert, don't need it anymore. It doesn't keep flashing. That's a strong buying algo, this green algo. So especially that we broke out of the magenta. If we break out of magenta, it might be worth chasing, but we haven't broken out of magenta. In fact, this is kind of an updated location of magenta. So retrace to orange could be also a good. We broke out of this baby blue buying algo. So yeah, trace to magenta, 200-day ES might be a good area to go long. I'll have to see what price is doing at that point. Go with 1 micro and see what's going on there. There'll be now support if this orange holds. Nope, 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 dumping. Man, just reverse everything. Almost. Sitting at magenta. So this zone offered definitely resistance. That means the demand, people who actually bought and tried to defend it failed. And we're heading back down. magenta still holding. We're wedging for, I mean, right here, this is a, not really a wedge, it's a pennant, bullish pennant. But we broke out of it. Half point RSI, so possibly continuation here, but that last two red candles were pretty aggressive. I mean, this looks like a bull flag. If you look at the pink, and it is a tapered selling, which is good. That means it's building liquidity for bulls, but they need to build a little bit more liquidity down to test some of these imbalances. I mean, if I look at the market open imbalance, we've got imbalance all the way down to here. Or you could argue that this was cleared, so at least to this level here at 66.34. That's where we have imbalance. So a test of it right here would be interesting. But it has to be a test with an indication that bulls are coming back in. Okay, we bounced right off of that point here. We haven't really cleared the imbalance yet. It's sitting around this area here. $66.34. A little push below it a little bit. So we're selling, looks like now in teal. A little bit more aggressive than teal. We got this green selling as well that showed up pre-market. So that seller is now revealing their hands. We're still grinding down in this pink. So long as we remain in pink, that tells me bulls are building liquidity. Especially if we stay in this yellow as well. Now, if we break this baby blue and this magenta, that means bears are trying to pick up the ball now. Another pennant between this magenta and pink. We've got a bigger pennant here. If you can see it or not, but it's basically this magenta and this pink. Okay, yellow's offering support. Just too many wicks. Too many wicks. And RSI needs to remain in the midpoint. If it starts dipping too much below, again, that's not a good sign for both. Okay, I'm going to attempt a long somewhere around 33, 34. Missed it. Okay, I'm in 1 micro. I'm gonna overstay my welcome. Stop loss will be a close of that 1 minute candle below that orange, sorry, the pink and the magenta. So that's a good bounce there. Take profit there. Split profit. Okay. Looks like we're $25 with 1 micro. Okay, now the actual test will be a break and a trace of this pink. So you break above it, come back, test it with the right structure, sort of like an inverse head and shoulder. Sorry, an inverse head and shoulder. So this would be our inverse head. This is our left shoulder. So we need a right shoulder to build up here. That means there's buying continuation. Yellow seems to be holding, which is a good sign for bulls. Hey, boars is a new word. We got bears, bulls, and boars. What do boars do? They're maybe sophisticated pigs. Okay, so that was a good entry. Could have held back a little bit. So as of now, there's really not much to do. We gotta make sure if we can break above the 200-day moving average and remain support, then that's a good sign that bulls want to take the ball further. Our orange box, magic box here, and smack in the middle of it is the 5-day moving average. So a move to the 5-day moving average is not out of the realm of possibility. However, if bears push this all the way back to close this inverse cup and break below the lows of the session, then, you know, we're going to have continued selling. So right now it's no man's land. We're wedging, sort of penneting between the pink and the magenta. So we'll see who wins. There's aggressive buyers, there's aggressive sellers. And yeah, this green seller hasn't disappeared yet. So he's back. Okay, now back at the pink boundary, another bounce at the pink boundary. I mean, this all proves that pink is in control until it's not. But the thing is, we broke below this magenta. Could argue now that the boundary is different, or there might be a sub-magenta underneath it, maybe here. Yeah, no, sellers are pushing. Delete this teal for now. Definitely in this green selling, which is pretty aggressive. Now that we broke the orange with the green, could be a chasing situation. So we broke the pink with the green. So it could be a chasing situation if pink does not recover right away. But we are in no man's land. I mean, seriously, you gotta wait till this inverse cup closes with the right structure for sell continuation. This baby blue, like I said before, is tapered buying, which could be essentially saying that the bears or the bulls got exhausted here. Let me delete some of these guys. I'm gonna highlight this baby blue so that it's more obvious. Maybe over there if you can see it now. And Should have one down here, the low of the day. Okay, sellers took the ball for now. This is our lowest magenta. So we had a break of this magenta. We retraced to it, and it fails to become support, meaning that we don't break above it. Then we can continue to sell off. Let's see what this green boundary is at. It's not clear if we're totally out of the green or not. Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. So we did have a break of this magenta. We're tracing to the magenta. You got to see if it's going to become supporter or is just really a breakdown and retrace. We resolved this imbalance up to this point. I mean, you could argue there's a little bit of imbalance here, but that was really recovering this initial selling imbalance. So we could be at balance now and trying to continue to resume higher. The test will be really break of Q. So right now we're just gonna wait and see. I'm talking about this upper pink here. So buyers are coming in pretty aggressively. Hey, if you are watching the video, just drop a hello in the chat so I know at least you're here. Okay, well, that's big buying there. Actually, I took two quick trades. Wow. Let's see, where did I take a trade? I took a trade and they tried to pull me back. So I stopped out and then immediately got back in. And now I missed this whole move. But my idea was that we would come back to this magenta. Like I took actually a long here, anticipating a bounce to at least test the magenta. First time they swiped it down further, so I went out and then I got in back and I recovered my loss. But right now it looks pretty strong for buyers. So this is obviously potentially, as of now, looks like a left shoulder, inverse head with another shoulder. And we break above the pink. And even the yellow is probably going to be even more meaningful because it looks like yellow is what's being tested now. So let me put that yellow here. I delete the upper one. This would be our confirmation that bulls want to take this higher. We do have a strong buying algo here. So the green big buyers showed up. The fact that we didn't close this inverse cup is also a bullish sign. We broke pink, the earlier pink, and retracing that. There's good juicy liquidity here to be grabbed. This wants to go further. I'm gonna take 2 micros on one of my TPT accounts here. I noticed the latest algos, as soon as you get in long or short, they swipe you down. If you don't get out right away, they will continue to swipe down to make sure they take you out. So just like right now, I entered in my micros, they're swiping me down, testing my stop loss. Now, if I don't get out right now, they're just going to continue to take me down. But buyers are pretty strong, so usually they start creating a new consolidation level at the entry. Okay, I'll take one off and let the other run, see what they go. We're at pink resistance now, so gotta take some profit. Okay, took off profit. Now it's gonna run without me. 200-day coming up. Well, we broke the second pink. Do we retrace it, build some liquidity along the boundary and then continue? Or is the bulls just really strong, they want to take it right now? So bring back orange. Although this is definitely stronger than orange. We're definitely doing a green here. But so if we taper a little bit in orange, that's still good buying, but it might be just, you know, the regular dominant buying there. So maybe we do like something like this, we go sideways, purple back to here, and then continue. So this orange will tell us if we break out of orange with the green, that's a strong indication bulls are really taking the bull. Okay, magenta is slowing us down a little bit, as well as the 200-day moving average, and we're at the VWAP for the ES right now. SPY VWAP is, yeah, same level. We're actually slightly above it. We're right at it right now on the ES, and then the SPY we're above it. Views still haven't broken 200-day moving average, as well as the SPY. So these two guys are haven't really tested the 200-day yet. Back to Mr. ES. ES is above 200-day. Green has slowed down buying a little bit. Okay, so this is the retrace we're talking about. We really haven't closed this cup as well, so it's kind of like in between. This could be just no man's land for a while, where we don't really go up, go down. We have aggressive moves up, aggressive moves down, until it's resolved. Okay, there's the pullback to the pink right here. RSI. So a pullback to the middle point of RSI would be a good possible buying area. The 30-minute chart for the last 3 bars, so the last hour and a half, really stuck in the zone. Okay, coming down further, coming down further. Like I said, we're going to have aggressive moves up and down within this zone because we're still wedging between this yellow and this baby blue. So the baby blue needs to be just slightly adjusted. Maybe we'll take it to the low of the session, but we've got one level here, and then we have the one that we already have on the low of the session. So we have a pennant, yellow and baby blue. And I'll expand this more so that it's clear. Okay, that's probably better. So we're multiple levels of penanting, I guess. We're sloping up and sloping down. There might be another algo that I need to adjust, and it could be really this baby blue. We just need to fix it. So if you look at the low of the day, which was at the open here, so our low of the day, which was the open, and we have another low here. Right there. Now, this could be another important algo. It's not really as shallow as the baby blue, original baby blue. So I could, just give this a different color. If I do the math, let me do the math on that algo. We got a handy dandy calculator here. So we've got 40.5 over 280. So that's technically still a baby blue, just a different version of it. Now the top level, yeah, so this probably is more appropriate. Let me draw that here, because it did show up as well here. So I'm going to delete the original, fix this one, make it more accurate. Since it's a buying algo, I would trust the buying extremes more. Okay, so we've got this one. Delete this guy. Highlight this one. There's our wedge, yellow and baby blue. This is more representative of what's actually happening. I don't need this. And create another version that's for the intermediate reboundary right here. Yeah, and that we just tested right now. So it was baby blue all along. All right, so this looks a little bit more representative of what's happening. So as long as we're between the yellow, this baby blue, there isn't really much to do. Okay, that's a good rhyme now. If you're between the yellow and the baby blue, there's no much to do, or nothing much to do, other than wait and anticipate which one breaks first, who's in control. Too many wicks, too many imbalance zones to let the people battle it out until we find out who wins at the end of the day. I may not need this whole thing here, it's too long. I clean up the chart. My problem right now is something I'm working on, is how to make the charts less cluttered but still representing what's going on. So it requires a lot of trimming of some of these algos when they're not in an expanded zone. And I haven't figured out a way to do it quickly with TradingView yet. I mean, I'm getting better at it, but it just takes too much time. And I find my wrist is starting to hurt from clicking the mouse too many times a day. We were at the boundary of this one, this boundary here. Okay. All right, so there we go. Pink, building liquidity for bulls. Magenta, building liquidity for bears. Let's see who wins. So, there's this bigger wedge, the yellow, or pennant, the yellow and the baby blue, but there's also a inner wedge of pink and magenta. Anybody watching right now? Drop a word in the chat. And look at this pink, perfect algo. Like price is just respecting that. A little bit, you know, wicking here and there, above, below it. Magenta is being respected. So like the wedging, the small wedge here for pennant. There's also the bigger pennant. Middle of the RSI, 20 and 200 right smack on top of each other. So price is just stalled here for a while. Not much to do unless you want to become liquidity. VIX bounced from the overbought and just chillaxing below or above its 5-day moving average. So the way I look at VIX, I have an inverse VIX chart, so I don't have to think too much about it. Essentially, I'll show it to you right now. I think I've showed it before, but let me go to the other scene. Okay, so if I go right, no, that's not the right one. Yeah, this one here. So if you look at the right-hand side, there is this VIX chart. It's an inverse VIX, so it's a 15-minute inverse VIX chart. So basically, the price, if the VIX is going up, it's showing it going down here to mimic kind of the SPY performance, so I don't have to think in the opposite. So right now, VIX, when we opened the market, was really overbought. It means like on my inverse chart, it was really oversold. And anytime we came into this green dotted line, we had a bounce. So it was an area for bounce. It was just very scary because you were aggressively selling. You know, there's nothing that says it can't continue to go down further or go up further, I guess, in the context of people looking at it normally. So right now we're kind of hovering in this zone here, and we're below its golden box. So it means more likely that VIX will continue to be more aggressive. Okay, as far as the SPY is concerned, or the ES, nothing really. We attempted a break of this pink. We retraced all the way down to the boundary of the pink, and like in between. So you can think of this as a potentially head and shoulder, continue selling, or inverse head and shoulder, continue buying. Not clear yet. So that's why there's nothing to be done until we break above the yellow. And maybe clear this demand zone that we reached already and failed to break above again. As far as other demand zones for the ES, I plotted some of them. There's some a few below us here. There's 1 hour demand zone from November 21st that comes down to 65.45 area. The blue line here is the daily Bollinger Band limits on the ES. And let's see, we've got a 1 hour demand zone from September, which is at 64.85 if we get there. But it seems like bulls are trying to keep it afloat a little bit. Okay, we broke above pink, we retraced it, came down to it, bounced off of it. That's a good sign for bulls. Breaking with the potentially green algo here, but more likely the orange. I'll take this green on the other side to see if it does actually squeeze up. Okay, VWAP again, 200-day again. Upper magenta found resistance. Hard to say who's in control. I mean, this chop can continue, you know, see this pennant here all the way. Now the pennant is coming back, is being built after a significant downtrend, right? So technically it's a bearish pennant. So that means, you know, for bears to break below the baby blue aggressively, then we've got potentially for further sell-off. If you're trying to scalp, I mean, you gotta take shorts at resistances and longs at support, whatever that support may be, based on what your context is. So you could say the support is the pink. So anytime it comes to pink boundary, I'm going to go long. So obviously there's another pink level here that was just formed. Let me highlight that one. There's another pink level. So pink magenta still wedging as well. The swing highs and swing lows are getting tighter. So there's the mini baby blue. I'm not sure if there's a mini yellow as well, but looks like this level here might be a mini yellow. And the way the algos are working, I guess the actual tape, like I mentioned earlier, even if you attempt to take, let's say, a long at support, it feels like once they detect you went long, they swipe you down to test your stop. If you get out, then they bounce it back up. If you don't get out, they'll just keep swiping it down until they exhaust you or scare you, even though you might have taken the right proper long setup at support. So that's why just going at support is very risky as well, right? I mean, you have to have a tight stop, so you end up with a lot of small paper cuts, and then you end up saying, okay, well, what happened to my account? I took a $50 here, lost another $50, and then another $50, and this time I doubled my size to recover, and then it ends up being like a downward spiral, and you end up, well, my account is down $800 already. So that's why it's better to just wait till this wedge is totally resolved. Coming up on the 8 a.m. hour, there's probably going to be some sort of shenanigan move in the next 4 minutes or so. So I might also have to adjust the yellow because we've already shown 2 different levels. We have one level at the high of the day and the other here. Now is this truly a yellow or a teal? And 44 here. 308. Yeah, it's yellow still. Okay, let me do some adjustments here. Yeah, I think the yellow, this is a more accurate representation of the yellow. The one I had initially I carried over from pre-market, but as market open, I think we're more bound by these. All right, so your take, is this a bull flag or a bear flag? We're still wedging here, or penalting. Okay, 8 o'clock is right now. So what do we get from a shenanigans move? Nothing. Just a jittery action. So you have 9 views, 9 viewers, everybody's kind of quiet. Well, not much to do right now. Just looking at the price action and seeing when do we resolve this wedge. So what I typically do here, and it was recommended by our mentor, is to just put alerts on the upper boundary of the wedge. So that's what I'm going to do right now. A lot of times when I do that, it happens right away. And then I'm going to do one on the baby blue. An alert there. So the initial push in the morning was bullish. You would think they want to continue to keep the momentum. But I'm not really too sure. I was gonna look at my open option imbalance to see if we are at an extreme level or not. And I got distracted, so I could do that right now and report on it in a little bit while price just keeps going nowhere. Okay. Okay, bulls are stepping in. Whoa, sorry, I was distracted. What happened there? Damn it. Broke off the yellow and I didn't notice the shit. Gotta wait for a retracement. My God, what a distraction. Okay, 200-day now should become support. on the ES if they really want to take this higher. Otherwise, we're going to have a huge dump as well, because every strong bullish move was followed by a strong dump move. 200-day VWAP test again. Okay, I need to adjust the magentas. They're up to still in control here. Okay, yellow, retracement, confirmed. Is this worth a long? Need to cool off on the RSI a little bit. Plus the SPY hasn't broken above the 200. See, it came close, but not really quite there. And then the Qs, same thing, went to the 200 and pulled back right away. So the market is putting a stand at the 200-day moving average. Now we're penetrating the yellow again. So it's not your typical retracement. Now if the lower magenta holds, then maybe. I missed it. I'm looking at my option thing. Okay. Yes. So yellow. Yeah, we could build liquidity on this yellow for a while. So, but we did close this cup, so we need to make a handle if this is truly a bullish structure. Building a handle in the magenta, sorry, in the teal. You need to see like an inverse head and shoulder pattern or an inverse. Yeah, we could like a head here, and two shoulders. Maybe dig a little bit deeper. ES is trying to defend the 200-day. We actually did not defend this demand zone, so it remains still resistant. But it looks promising. I think we just get the RSI to somewhere in the midpoint or a little bit lower. If it's still holding at a logical algo place, then worth an attempt to go long. I mean, right now we trapped all the shorts here and here. "15 minutes and be no time to trade." All right, so this could be the left shoulder with another head somewhere down here, or we could be, this should be it. You break above teal. See where this new pink level that was created. Got a new pink algo, but we're really selling in teal. This becomes tricky. Yellow's holding. Magenta's holding. We need a strong buying algo to show up, take us out of this green demand zone. Ay, ay, ay. Went long. Of course, they have to do some shenanigans. Like I said, anytime you go long at the right spot, they swipe you down regardless, because they're hunting for liquidity. Okay, let's go. At least to the orange or this pink level here. Come on, one more push, one more. Right at my freaking entry. Come on. Okay. Quick scalp there, but nothing very impressive. But I mean, it's just so jittery. Okay. Oh, pink is building liquidity. But that was a worthwhile long because we bounced off of yellow, we bounced off the 200, so I took this move. But then, you know, they were deciding here, should we take him out or give him that little scalp that he wants? And the market was kind to give us that little scalp. Now, but it's still bullish. Just don't know how long we're gonna form liquidity before we break up. This is a true wedge, right? When both directions of the boundary is sloping in the same direction, that's a wedge, versus a pennant where one is going up, the other is going down, like the yellow and big blue. So we broke up the yellow. Sometimes they take you above the yellow to trap some longs, and then they come down and actually show you their true intention was to really swipe down and go short, so, or you know, basically sell off. So we're at a critical juncture to see what they want to do. It's all a game of risk management, I guess. So if you decide to go long, you have to go long at a support zone. And you have to know what your risk is, and you have to know that the profit target would be at least 1 to 2 times that risk. So let's say you wanted to go long at the yellow retracement, right? We had a breakout, a retracement. You can go long here, right, with potentially profit target at the upper boundary of the pink, and your stop loss would be just right below, I guess, maybe this baby blue. So that's kind of like a 1-to-1. If you want to put a tighter stop would be a close below the yellow, like a 1 minute close below the yellow. So that could, if the ATR is 4.5, it could have taken you maybe 4.5 points down, versus making a profit of whatever 46 through 55. So that's almost a 9. So it's still a bit of good. Now we're breaking above pink. So same logic applies. A break and retracement of pink might be worthwhile. However, the pink is a steeper selling algo. So I might need to put a new yellow right here. So the selling is happening in yellow. The yellow seems to be in control. And that's a good sign for bulls. Why is it a good sign for bulls? Because it's a shallower selling. Okay, now we're breaking up with the pink. See that break and retracement would have worked, but it's just too jittery. You got a little mini cup. We form a mini handle, or we crash it. So this demand zone also seems to be important. Well, it confirms that's important. This was from March 16th, so about 3-4 days ago. Okay, there's another retracement to pink. Does it hold? Does the yellow hold? Or do we start to crash? SPY has not yet made it to its 200-day moving average. That's a sign. Now another attempt at yellow. This yellow here might work, but the fact that we failed 2 times here, potentially be a double top. 2-minute chart looks still bullish. We're above the 14 EMA. Yeah, I mean, we could spend the next 2 hours really in the zone doing nothing. That would be giving an opportunity for the big guys to liquidate, distribute shares while keeping the price relatively the same, which means that they think that we can't get the price higher if they just consolidate for a long time here. Okay, testing 200-day again. And remember, this baby blue flaggish here is actually a bearish flag, so we didn't quite even test the upper boundary to it, so that's something to keep in mind. And we have a failure of the 200-day moving average. Testing VWAP now, boundary of the yellow. So like I said, they can continue to build liquidity in this yellow, which would be a good sign for bulls. But if we fail to hold that yellow and we break below this baby blue, that's probably bears taking control. I mean, right now we're testing this magenta. So I just extended that magenta a little bit so you can see. Okay, this is aggressive selling. We have a green selling algo now. And it's taking out us magenta and potentially baby blue. It's resolving this imbalance here. Oh, we got resolved that. We got this imbalance that we haven't resolved. So, coming down to baby blue and breaking down below it would be a bearish signal. It didn't hold the halfway mark of the RSI, so the selling is serious. Okay, let's retrace baby blue, maybe go short there. I mean, a nice strong swipe up. Okay, that was a quick short there. right at the boundary baby blue. But see they don't make it easy. Like as soon as you go short, they swipe you out, you go long. So this short has potential now. The fact that you broke and retraced it, pulled back down. We're in a aggressive selling. I don't know what the boundary of this will be. If they continue to do like this, maybe back to test the magenta before even continue with selling. So retracement to baby blue or magenta would be a good short, except that you not have that opportunity. So, like I said, the last imbalance zone right here, I mean, they might bring it back all the way down here, might bring it back down here. So 66.32 area, but I don't see any supporting algo to offer support. So this looks like a short to me, but again, don't want to. I'm 5 minutes away from stop trading. I'm below my daily profit target, which means I will come back at 10:30. Let me know if you have any questions. Write them down in the chat. If you like the stream, you like the commentary, I appreciate a like. My TPT account that I have green right now. A few days ago, I had this one, the 246.50. I took a hit on it, like a $1,300 hit on it, and have been inching my way back up since then. My drawdown window has been growing back to where it needs to be, the 4,500. So I'm at 37.31 right now. So about 250-ish and 750, like about $800 away from getting back to my distribution to draw down, which would be my level that I was at. Distance to draw down. Yeah, I would expect a big red candle now, although I'm not participating in it. Yeah, there we go. So green boundary has been confirmed, at least for now. So as long as we stay in this green, no need to go long unless we break above it and start to recover some of the bullish algos again. So we resolve this imbalance. So would be basically a closure of this inverse cup. So build a little handle, maybe handle all the way to the magenta, which would be a true, breakdown and retracement, because then you'd have a nice left shoulder, a nice little mini head, and then another right shoulder would be a true head and shoulder, continued selling. Okay. As you create the right boundary, they have to make you doubt. Okay, we're gonna sell here. We're really getting out of it. So tapered selling looks like there's a mini yellow here. yellow is protected. Make this a little bit smaller. Yeah, so we don't really have a strong selling. I mean, we had it briefly, obviously, from here, but not since we broke magenta or the baby blue. Retrace baby blue, came back down. So now maybe the green seller will show up again. This should be, if you come test the baby blue boundary right here. I don't know why I keep calling baby blue, kind of funny, but okay, the blue. The light blue. I anticipate some level of support here, maybe a short-lived level of support, quick bounce, and then we'd have broken below this yellow. It'll be like a test of that yellow. And just a tad there. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, there's the seller. Okay, baby blue, bottom baby blue. Are you gonna hold or not? Now, if yellow holds, that's a good sign for bulls. Okay, I'm gonna put a little quick order around 66.28. See what happens there. Didn't quite get there. No, sir, did not. Yellow's putting a fight. Actually, I can't take any more trades. I'm at my limit, time limit for the day. So that's one of my rules for since March is 8:30, no trading. Well, this looks juicy. It sort of bounced at the baby blue, but so my level is kind of a little bit too low because I was basing it off this wick here. But if I moved it up to like the boundary of, well, I mean, this is the opening day, the opening candle wick as well. So, I mean, yeah, we're talking about hairline differences. If I took it to this level here, would have kind of, you should have seen that it really bounced off of it. If I ignore the morning wick, just use these 3 levels. This one here, this one here, and this one here. So yellow and baby blue are holding. I mean, and if this is a true bear flag for a significant move down further, I'd anticipate them building, you know, try to build more liquidity to come down. The fact that we had a lower high here, this one was sort of a higher high, 2 double tops. They could have like exhausted all the liquidity, pull out from the market, and just continue their selling right now. Okay, baby blue breaking down alert. Just touching that boundary. So by the notion I mentioned earlier, support should be where you go long, and this is sort of a support with a very tight stop right below it. Like say, you know, whatever, 34 points, but you'd expect at least 3 to 4 points up, but just not holding. There's the green seller showing up. So they're going to resolve this liquidity here, or this imbalance, I'm sorry. That's where a big buyer showed up actually, so they usually would take it slightly lower than that. Might as well just take it to the low of the day at this point. Even getting alerts on this baby blue because we were right at the boundary. So you can tell it's an important region just because it's the boundary of that bear flag. So it's a question for the bears whether they want to build more liquidity and take it up further, or they're ready, they have enough and they're going to dump now to grab this liquidity. This one, until they decide what's the next move on it. Same notion, you know, based on a bull flag. Like I mentioned earlier, we've got this yellow. So bulls would use this sort of zone to build liquidity to break up further, which is quite a wide zone, as well as this sort of pennant that we talked about earlier in the morning as well. We broke above it, remember? And so that's a trick to trap longs before actually they come and break down below the lower boundary of the pennant. That's what the real move was all along. So yeah, 2-minute chart failing. VIX kind of ramping back to 5-day moving average. Well, we actually just tested the 5-day and heading back up from a VIX perspective. From a VIX inverse, we're heading down with the SPY. Yep, there we go. Should have been a nice short there with this retracement. Getting a little bit in the oversold territory on the ES. So somewhere over here, it'll probably be a bounce. Maybe if you close this cup, form a handle, the zone of mutual interest, call it. So expecting some orange to show up here. Some orange buyer will show up here somewhere. Is it showing up now? Don't know. I know this retracement wasn't as clean And again, last time we failed to resolve this inverse cup. So are we going to also fail to resolve this inverse cup and bounce from here? Possible. Okay, it will remain a short if this remains resistance. So they might spike it up a little bit, you know. Really didn't close this cup. Again, good sign for bulls. So just like we broke above the yellow and trapped some longs, we could have just broken below the blue to trap some shorts. Need to put a secondary BB here. Can't take any more trades as much as I want to. Baby blue retracement. Short or long? What do you like to do here? Here's a new magenta here. See, when we broke the wedge here, we did double top. We do a double bottom because we broke the bottom boundary of that pennant. Perfect retracement short. We broke orange. The orange is no longer supporting. Unless this is the real orange. Look at that. Look how they just swipe, trigger it, confirm the retracement, and then let you scratch in your head. Does that mean I confirm a short now? I mean, this looks like a little, still, see, they just keep testing that same wick. Oh my gosh. Anytime somebody tries to short, they wick them out. They come back again. Who else wants to short? Oh, you want to short? Come here, we'll wick you out. Very tricky point right now. But you can see where it's coming from, right? You understand the structure, you understand what conflicting algorithms are in control. And this bunch of shenanigans right now. Because this should be a true short. That's the 66.33 twice. Anytime a short goes in, they'll just swipe them back up. You want to do a test? Let's do a test with an eval. I'm gonna go with one of these eval guys. I'm gonna try to short here, see what happens. Take a small profit, or let them swipe me up and get me out. Okay, come on. There we go. Got a little $100 value. So I mean, the fact that it tapped this twice and failed to break above it tells me that they want to sell further, but really, I don't trust it. You got yellow in the way, you got pink in the way. It's not really a big candle. You assume this cup was sort of full close, which wasn't really. There you go, yellow bounces off like yellow. Just pure painful price action. All right, guys, I'm gonna go off the mic for now. I'll be back around 10:30 West Coast time. See you in there. See you in a bit. Hope you enjoy it. Let me know if you have any questions. All right, I'm back on the mic, everybody. Hello. A lot of drama happening over the last couple hours. I was supposed to be on the mic in an hour and a half ago, but just kept quiet. The reason I came is to show you guys a lot of interesting things. First of all, I made modifications to my algo's colors because right now I am color coding them based on specific parameters. And for every color code, there's a specific set of rules about when to go long, when to go short. But the whole day, we've been building liquidity in this yellow, right? And we had these two demand zones that were violated before, and now we broke out of. Right now we're going parabolic. I'm sure there's some news, but from a technical standpoint, we are closing this cup. We're entering into this orange boundary. We might actually end up testing the 5-day. Too late now to do anything. We're overbought. The entry should have been obviously a break of this teal and a break of this yellow. So in hindsight, with a little stop loss underneath the yellow, kind of frustrating that I missed it because I got distracted with something else. But anyway, it's a good lesson learned. Right now we're touching the boundary of the orange golden box. Very unlikely to go through it. I really don't know what the news is, but we have broken above the 200-day moving average on the S, on the SPY, Qs, all of the four big guys. There must be some interesting news. And this is a massive short squeeze. And we knew this was going to happen as soon as we broke this yellow. So like this yellow has been just building liquidity. Now we're going to the 5-day moving average. Remember, we spent many days trying to break with the 5-day and it never happened. And then, I'm going to attempt to take a little quick scalp short on the 5-day. See if we get punished for that. Just need like $75 or something. Okay. All right. Now, if you can't catch the long, try to catch a quick scalp. The reason I went short is just because we were testing 5-day and we've multiple times failed at it. This time, it looks like it wants to bust through it, especially that we busted through the 200. But we way overbought on the RSI. On other time frames, we're not really overbought. So it's just really the shorter time frames, the 2-minute, 3-minute. But we're about to get overbought on the 9-minute. 1 hour, 4 hours, 2 hours, we have still a lot of room to go. I think the market will take a breather, and it should take a breather within one of the controlled selling algos. So it would be either teal, most likely yellow, because yellow's been all in control the whole day. So we're just going to look for a structure to break above yellow and teal, similar to what we've had here. Potentially go long with the right stop loss. So right now, can't do anything, just monitor. Most likely we'll have a pullback. It's probably going to be a short-lived pullback because there's just so many shorts now that are getting their lunch eaten out, basically. So magenta has been bearish control. Technically we can build into this magenta for quite some time. And then we have the baby blue, which is our tapering buying. So it's even more tapered than magenta. We'll take this magenta down here so we know at least where the breakout occurred. This is really bearish building liquidity if it wants to come down. I'd like to seal the teal, build some liquidity along with yellow, and then from there, make a decision whether to go long again or not. So, I could go long at the boundary of the yellow or teal, preferably the teal. We need to form a nice handle, and the handle structure would be a head and shoulder, inverse head and shoulder, or a inverse or a cup with a handle. So, right, like a mini cup with a handle. We have a large cup with a handle. So the handle itself could be another cup, another handle before we break out again, or it could be just a head and shoulder, inverse head and shoulder. So we build a shoulder on the left, little head down, another shoulder on the right, break out of yellow. And let's see where baby blue's at. So I'm going to extend this baby blue because price could potentially come all the way down here to test it, which was our breakout one. Baby blue, like I said, it's a bearish building liquidity, so it's not really, but once it busted like that, when you have a strong buying algo like the green or the orange, in this case it was 1000% green here. This massive move here was a strong buying algo. And that took us out of magenta, it took us out of baby blue, which are both bearish liquidity building. But when you take a strong buying algo that breaks out of two other tapered buying algos, that's your signal to chase, honestly. And I unfortunately I wasn't paying attention, and so we'll just wait till teal builds some liquidity. Break us out of the yellow and teal again. We need to see some good pullback. Now the imbalance that has been created, all of this is imbalanced at really like this level here. So I expect maybe a test of this boundary again, if we get lucky to go long, or just consolidate in this area. We're still below the 5-day moving average. All the other guys haven't. Qs have not reached the 5-day. NQ actually did break above the 5-day, so that's. And ES touched it once, might go for it again. The buying is just insane, and what the catalyst for this is the fact that there's a lot of shorts that are getting squeezed out. And so let me check what the news was. There must have been some. Well, we got gold, copper, silver selling off. Is oil down? Yeah, oil took a dump after hitting 100, went down to 92. We have so many fair value gaps here. I don't really care much about fair value gaps, but just for awareness. All I care about right now is building liquidity in this field or yellow, and then breaking out again from it. So this pattern should continue, unless this is where the bears say enough and they start taking it down. I don't see any strong selling algos so far, so it's really just building liquidity. So the preferred algos to build liquidity in an uptrend would be the pink and yellow. I initially had pink marked all out of the chart, but it actually is really teal. So all these pink algos are incorrect. And again, that's based on just some parameters. So I need to correct them. These are not really pink, these are all teal. And the strong buying was really the teal. All this is teal. So I need to look to see if there's any pink. I think I fixed all of the teals now. Okay, so I need to find real pink. There's a real pink algo that I missed all day today. So pink usually is shallower than the teal, but not as shallow as the yellow, right? So we got yellow, like somewhere in between. It hasn't really showed up the whole day. And to me, this is all teal, teal, teal. So I can't really find any true pink today. But, all right. Do you notice how we broke below yellow and teal, and we found support there, which confirms that these two are in control. Looks like teal is in control, so no longs until we break and retrace teal, or at least attempt to go long at a test again of the teal with a very small tight stop loss to baby blue, for example. We're cooling off on the RSI, and like I mentioned, the longer time frames have room. I would say like the 1 hour, 30 minute, 4 hours. Let me see the 30 minute. Yeah, 30 minute has some room to go. 9 minute and 15 minute are getting close to exhaustion buying, but yeah, we'll probably stay here for a while. I don't see anything in news in particular that might have caused this, unless Trump said something. Let me check my Discords here, see what's going on. Apparently, Israeli Prime Minister said that they will help the U.S. with the Strait of Hormuz. Interesting. Okay, so why is that bullish for the market? I don't understand. Golden box being tested. This is the first time we actually come close to the golden box in the last, I don't know, few days. There was a couple days where we opened above it, but then busted below it and continued the whole day like yesterday. Let's look at yesterday. If you look at yesterday, we were way oversold. The golden box for that day it doesn't show up anymore because it repaints every morning. But yeah, I remember if I do like a market replay, I could see where the orange box is at. I recall that we opened a couple times above it, but then sold off the entire day. And so this is the first time we're actually testing it and potentially holding above it. Again, 5-day moving average has been really a pain over the last 2 weeks or so. And every attempt to test it failed. Let me look at my stocks just to see if there's any. Okay. Yeah, some stocks are making moves. Man, missed this. Unbelievable. And the thing is, like, the way the market was selling off, it wasn't like dumping. It was doing it so gradual and so grindy action that the price, like if you look at the table, is just so jittery, so sticky. This is the first expansion we've had in a long time, whether to the upside or the downside. Because like I said, when you look at all the sell-offs over the last few days, it was really gradual. Like it was just like grinding down. Like this was overnight. Look here yesterday, during yesterday's session, I mean, there was maybe a little bit of an expansion here. Obviously the one towards the end of the day yesterday was pretty, it was a long, but if you look at every single candle, there was no like candle, there was no candle that really was like multiple points. It was just all ticks. It's like every candle spans a few ticks. Like, you know, here you've got what, 72 to 69. It's just very, this was probably the biggest of them. The rest of it is like all wicks up and down, upwards. So it's like, even if you try to short this, you're constantly being tested. And that's what I said, even with going long, like today was the first day we start seeing expansion of price movement in one direction or the other. All right, we're still building liquidity in the TO, probably consolidate for a while. It will take a good amount of momentum to test the 5-day again and break above it. It may happen tomorrow or overnight, but this was large volume. Let me check the news again. I guess they said also they're not going to attack any more oil facilities or gas facilities in Iran. We have an extreme reversal, bearish reversal, because we had it overbought and but it disappeared, so it didn't paint really. Let me see the 2-minute chart. That's what it really is. If the 2-minute charts, we've got 30 seconds before the 2-minute chart closes. That'll be our gauge. If there's probably a small scalp of like 3 points maybe to the downside if I decide to take it, but I need to see this close. Yeah, 15 seconds. We're really at the boundary of bullish control, so I mean, I would say maybe a test to the baby blue or magenta. That would be the opportunity, but then the stop loss would be, okay, 2-minute close, and we do have a paint of bearish reversal, so there it is. I can go with some micros. Hold on, I gotta. Sorry. 3 points from here, micro. Maybe I'll go with a. Let me go with my demo account and do 3 micros. I'm looking for 3 points. I'll do 1, 2, 3. Took 3 micros, 3 points. Okay, there's 1. Of course, it's not gonna let me. See, just. Ay. Well, I mean, the reason is we're at the yellow boundary. You should not be taking really longs. Shorts here should be taking longs. But I'm just anticipating more liquidity building, which means a zone of mutual interest. Bulls want to build liquidity, so they sell off a little bit. Bears want to buy low, or sell higher, so they're trying to sell, but they keep. Okay, now we're coming down again. I just want to test up this magenta, and that would give me that 3 points roughly. 70 to 67 and a half, yeah. Okay, back in green. 67, is that achievable? Put one in the middle at 70. Come on, sweep it. Sweep it. You know you want to do it? Oh, come on. Gosh. Very... Okay, now we go. Okay, took one more off. It wasn't worth it really, $25, $30. I was just testing the theory, nothing more. Because that indicator, especially that we had a massive move like that, should materialize up to 3 points. And okay, I'm out, all out. This was 71-ish, 71 roughly, and we hit 67 and a half, so that's 3 points. Not bad. Now, would I scale up? Like I would enter with 10 mini contracts? Only if I'm desperate, but this was more of a test. Okay. So we talked about this breakout and retrace. So now we need to retrace to what was the last breakout. Maybe these two yellows, there might be a wider yellow down here. Let me see here. Oh, it was this one. Maybe there's another one here. And there was another sort of a smaller one here. I know these could be retracement points, really. And there's a final one down here. Okay, baby blue. Are you the one controlling now? Or yellow is controlling still? See, the reversal would have been sweet. Another 2-3 points, so 6 points maybe, 6-7 points. Okay, I'm not happy that we're rejecting the 5-day. Now we're gonna, on the SPY, we're testing that's what, 200 again. So that was quite a move to clear the books from all the shorts before they start dumping again, which looks like might be the case. And we have a strong selling algo. We got at least blue. We got blue here, and most definitely green. So most definitely we have a green selling algo. Let's see. Now, if green break, well, right now green broke below the magenta, so magenta is really the key for any further bearish continuation. Could be a break and retrace of magenta and continue selling off if you're remaining green or blue. I'm not sure what the upper bound of the blue or the green is at the moment, but I'm going to assume they're here somewhere. So no longs while you're in blue or green. That's the rule. If you're in a blue algo or green algo, you don't go long. And as well as in a teal algo until you break above the teal. Break and retrace it. So we're breaking, so teal supported. We're now testing magenta. If this is truly a bearish move, could reject here and continue further selling. If this is bulls already finished building their liquidity, and this is the inverse head with the shoulder, but we gotta see teal break and retrace. Better if we break above yellow. But we pulled down enough on the RSI. And this is where it should be holding if it is a bullish move. So could we attempt a long here? Not before we hold above this yellow. So that means we've held above the teal. We need to hold above this yellow with a stop at teal for potentially targeting the upper yellow. Again, if I do this, I'll do it with a demo account. I guess eval account, not my funded accounts. Although I'd really like to get some beef on those funded accounts today. I'm below my profit target. Yeah, I'm about halfway through my profit target. So it would require some big risk. Okay, baby blue, yellow need to break and hold. If this is truly a continuation buying. We didn't resolve the imbalance here, but that requires us to enter again this demand zone, which was defended multiple times today. Well, it looks like it's been defended now since we broke above it. Okay, we're coming up to the half hour of power hour. Half hour mark of power hour mark. Okay, did we have a orange show up? Orange is showing up. Did I correct the orange? Correct the orange. Yeah, there is orange and there is blue too. So as far as controlled buying. Now, if you go into blue, then that will be a good confidence that will go long. Orange, not too sure. Yeah, see, we rejected the baby blue, which is a tapered buying algo, which means bears could have been building all this liquidity to do their final grand finale dump of the day, but we're struggling at this area. So I want to confirm that blue is going to trigger. We are buying in blue, but we need to hold above it. We're at yellow, baby blue, so this is very tempting. This area is tempting because the risk is break of magenta, but the potential is at least this yellow, not this yellow. I would think there's a lot of shorts still trapped that are trying to get out, probably averaging down now. And then the market hits them again with another. Okay, so if I go long now, it will be just because we are at this yellow. Adjust it just to clear. So we got to be above that yellow, remain in blue, not break below teal for me to consider going long. Blue has showed itself. You can see with these two candles. Orange is not good enough for me to go long. Yeah, I don't want to even look at orange. So we can continue selling. That means that we broke below magenta and retraced magenta, and now we're going to dump with green activating again. There's also a blue selling algo too, which I marked the whole day as pink, but it was really blue. Okay, we're deciding whether to go sell-off mode or long mode. Looks like magenta is building liquidity now. Because we can't get blue buying to activate, we can't get blue selling to activate. So magenta is building liquidity. We gotta check this level, and then also baby blue, this blue color, light blue color. So yeah, you can see why they're struggling here with multiple conflicting interests. You got bulls who wanted to build liquidity to bust further higher. You got bears who wanted to sell higher, so they sold here. They wanted to defend that. Again, I don't see blue buying activating yet. We are kind of at the yellow. We are kind of at the yellow right here. So if yellow holds, targeting the upper yellow would be reasonable as long as we remain in blue. Blue has to break magenta. I'm going to take 2 micros. Let's wait for break of this yellow and retracement, or at least retracement of that yellow that we just broke from. Magenta's in the way, that's the problem. Magenta's in the way and blue hasn't really activated. So stay away from the longs for now. Just a reminder for everybody, like all the information that I'm sharing here, the algos, the trading philosophy based on breakouts, retracements, all this stuff I learned from my mentor, SPY DayTrading. There's a QR code here if you're interested in joining that group or their Discord. The mentor, Eric, is an amazing, amazing mentor. And I've learned a lot of great information from him. And I recommend you guys go there, check him out. You won't be disappointed. It's not a signal group. It's not a be rich fast bullshit stuff. No, this is really the key to understanding the market, understanding trading decisions, understanding risk management, how these algos are built, how these algos are in control, and build your trading philosophy based on these algos. Okay, so that's a strong pullback. The blue selling has activated, and in fact, green has activated too. So the bears are picking the ball again, looks like. So the real test is the 200-day moving average. So that might be an interesting scalp. We have this blue extension here. That was the blue. This could be fixed for that one too. We broke below that one as well. I don't know. That's deep pullback, but we had a huge imbalance, so it got resolved now. I think logic will dictate there would be some sort of bounce, but we haven't. If I'm gonna bounce, we need to go like a more oversold territory. VIX is halfway through its. We do have a sell signal in the 2-minute with a profit target at 66.40. Stop loss at 60.60. So yeah, if you go to 60.60, then that sell trigger is no longer good. Yeah, I would say this is bullish rather than bearish, to be honest, but I should have made the decision. Okay, let's see. It's okay. There's always going to be an opportunity to enter if we break above all these yellow items and trigger the blue buying. So not too concerned about being late to the party. You do potentially miss a bigger profit if you started taking a position down here, but then you never know if it's going to materialize or not. So yellow held. This 1 hour demand zone held. The 200-day moving average held. The VWAP held. They're just making it scary so that you don't enter. Okay, I'm gonna try PA. One of my PAs to get some meat on the bones on that one. This is usually what I mess up. Time of the day. SPY stuck at the 200. ES is slightly above it. So ES 200 moving average is right there, but SPY is where we are right now, roughly. In fact, this green line I think was from yesterday, but I adjusted a little bit. Yeah, this is the 200-day moving average on the SPY is right. So no bueno if we don't break above it for any long. Blue seems to be in control though. Blue buying and blue selling both. They're inflicting strong algos. Now, why Why would anybody be bullish about the market right now? Other from a technicality to clear up, well, we just cleared up the gap from yesterday. That's probably why we had that big move. We're at the boundary of a prior selling algo. We tapered, so that's a good sign on the 30-minute chart. Okay. Yellow again. We did a nice little mini cup or inverse head and shoulder, I guess. So we're still in teal. We're still in teal selling. So, but just a chop here. It's gonna be chop. Yellow's tested. Magenta's tested. Baby blue probably needs to be adjusted slightly to this level here. So we're testing baby blue right now. It looks like promising for long. I want a single pullback and then maybe I'll go long. And a very, very small stop loss. Okay, market is at 200-day. S&P 500. This is not a bad pullback, but okay. Tricky. Let's try a micro, that's all. I'm willing to give it a $50 loss. Target is the upper yellow. Stop loss is a break below this baby blue. Okay. Breaking up, potentially. I'm long one of my PAs, one micro, nothing fancy. More of a test of a theory rather than anything. Of course, they have to challenge you with the stop loss. Now this blue is not activating the way it should be. So I said, okay, this guy went in with a micro, let's pop him out. Maybe they won't be nice and they won't stop me out. Come on, give me 60, 70 bucks. Should have gone with a mini, but I might go add with a mini contract if we break above teal and hold above. Two minutes before the 45-hour mark. If I were to make a guess, I would say we are going to test the 5-day on the SPY, which is actually 664.57 on the SPY, so that's about 4.5 points. That's 40 points from here. Our ES is about 15 points, so add another 25 points or so from this point. So maybe at 6,700-ish in this area here, I'd expect potentially end of day play there. Just because we've been selling off for the last few days. I checked the open option contracts, and we are definitely heavily on the put side. So there's a lot of imbalance there. So maybe they want to clear the books, bring it to balance a little bit. Okay, selling off now. Broke out of the blue, still remain above the yellow. Again, SPY is below now 200-day moving average. They're definitely choking the short. So whoever's short here is like choked, right? They want to get out, they can't get out. So that's a good sign for bulls. But I need to bust above this blue. We need a strong buying algo to trigger. Did we pass the 45 mark? Yeah, that's when we had that little sell-off. Okay. Let's see here. I'm still in the trade. We are performing a true wedge now between yellow and teal, right here. So yellow and teal, we have a nice pull flag. So this should be bullish continuation once we break above teal. So first step is to break above yellow and then break above teal. I'm not going to add to the trade, like I said, until we go above teal. My stop loss will be midpoint of this demand zone, with a possibility to re-enter at this yellow or the bottom of the teal to recover that expected loss if it happens. Okay, we're still buying, resuming here. Okay. Now, do we go along with next move? Not yet. I'm gonna adjust the boundaries of this blue. I mean, this is the upper boundary, and we're gonna have some lower boundary form somewhere over here, I guess. Use my imagination. It'd be nice if green busts us out, like the same green that activated this crown, this massive move. I'm gonna start marking it here potentially. Again, wishful thinking here, but the structure calls for it. We've got a head, got left shoulder, potentially right shoulder. We have room to the 5-day moving average. Longer time frames seem to be having room on the RSI. So, I mean, teal is still building liquidity, so it could come to teal, come back down, do another leg down, so forth. If they want to frustrate the bulls, they have already trapped the shorts and pretty much probably killed them all here. But I'm sure there are a bunch of shorts that are averaging down. So let me take this magenta now. There's another magenta here. Technically, we retraced magenta, sold off, broke above this magenta. Just watch and see. MOC is in 30 seconds. So MOC the last few days gave a little jump up, but then followed by significant selling. So if this was any opposite, I would expect a little pullback, then a massive squeeze upwards to high of day, or the 5-day on the SPY. So here we go. Just jittering, doing a doji, pulling back like I said. Then do we get that squeeze? Still in blue. Testing the lower part of the baby blue. Pulling back. Still holding. One hour demand zone protected for now. Could change in like the next 5 seconds, of course. Okay, they're determined to pull back down a little bit. Okay, we're gonna add a couple more. Now I think we should be squeezing up. No, we said, oh, you entered. Let's squeeze you out. Make your loss bigger. You're trying to average down. Okay, we'll see. We'll see what games they're playing. We broke the 200 on the SPY. What about NQ? Q is right at it. NQ could make it to the... Oh, we have a sell-off actually, triggered on the 3-minute chart. So I might be more cautious here. Okay, how many liquidity are you gonna try to squeeze out? I already got all the bull liquidity. Okay, that's enough. Go. Do your thing. Put a final stick into the shorts of today. So my average entries now is 660.75. Okay, here we go. Blue activates, green activates. One of them activate, please. One of you guys activate. Let's get those shorts a little bit of a scare. Yeah, look at that. Why? Just because my average entry was there? Okay. Okay, see yourself. That was kind of a doji, a nasty doji on the 1 minute, right at the 200-day moving average for the SPY. We below yellow. So I'm gonna try and take whatever I can. If we actually make one more sweep upwards. To test the tip of that doji. Usually dojis get tested again. Just like insisting on not giving me a penny. Not even $2. Too much to ask. Okay, one more minute to the 55 mark. Should see some action there as well. No bullish algos activating yet. We're breaching the other blue level. Okay, 30 seconds. We're gonna see a hell of a run. If it was me, that's what I'm thinking. We're gonna see a hell of a run right now. Okay, you took one off. My God. Still wants the knee to be red. Okay, fine. Suit yourself, Mr. Market. That was a nice doji to trap more shorts. What's this account? 582. I need to. I don't know if I take more risk on that one, but one of my TPT accounts thinking of going long there. Free break of the 200. That was a big volume bar. Don't do it. Okay, they're taking out my profit on that one, looks like. Why? Why the shenanigans? Be a good boy. Do what you want to do. As far as algos are concerned, we're kind of still in that pennant. Why do you have to do the pullback? Just go. Okay. No bullish trigger yet. Okay, they're gonna sweep this down significantly, it looks like now. Okay, let's break teal. Let's break teal. You can do it, Mr. Market. What are you shy about? Don't be shy. Sometimes they do it after hours, sometimes they just stuff you here and then make the move so easy after hours. Okay. Got scared enough now or what? God. If we break magenta, that's not good. We've got 2 minutes before market closes. We're deciding to let's see what the last minute brings. Five-day, come on. 5-day moving average, let's go. We are challenging the teal now. Nope, of course not. So freaking annoying. Last minute. Okay, I'm gonna do this and this for the micro. And as far as this goes, you wanna wipe my profit, that's fine. But I'll be back. Stronger, better, faster. The funny thing is the market wants to go up, but they just refusing to do it. Because they trap some longs here as well. Okay, we got 7 seconds, 4, 5, 2, 1. Jeez. That was a big red candle. Can't break the teal. Very, very stubborn market. Just because I'm in it. Or a lot of people are in it. But that's a balanced zone because all these shorts are screwed, all these longs are screwed. So like, well, that's where you want to trap them. This is the best place to trap them. Okay, it's still playing out. Small profit. I want to hit at least 50 bucks on this account on the 89 per Apex new rules. We just failed to have a buying algo activate. I mean, look at this. Look how the price just remained flat after all of that. Isn't that weird? It wants to go up because the structure says it should be going up. It doesn't want to go down, so it doesn't reward the shorts. It doesn't want to go up, so it doesn't reward the longs. All right, I'm going to get off the mic. Just monitor this for another few minutes, and then see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. I'll keep the stream on, at least till I resolve these two shares, these two trades.